Hello, my dear adventurers. Come close and settle yourself somewhere soft and warm, for I have a tale to share that begins on the gentlest of summer evenings in the village of Elderwood. The air carries the sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine, and the cobblestones still hold the day's warmth beneath bare feet. Picture yourself walking down the winding lane toward a small shop with painted wooden shutters the color of sage, where golden light spills from diamond-paned windows like honey from a jar. This is where our story unfolds in the heart of summer's embrace, when magic feels as natural as breathing, and every shadow holds the promise of gentle wonder. Go on and get cozy, dear listener. Let the soft glow of twilight settle around you like a well-worn shawl. And let's begin. Elsie Brightwater had always believed that mornings were made sweeter by small rituals. As the first blush of dawn painted her apothecary's windows rose gold, she padded barefoot across the worn oak floors, her linen nightgown whispering against her legs. The floorboards creaked their familiar greeting beneath her feet. The third plank from the herb cabinet always sang a little song, and the spot near the hearth sighed contentedly, as if settling into another peaceful day. The kettle hummed its morning melody as she filled it from the ceramic pitcher, water droplets catching the early light like scattered diamonds. While it heated, Elsie opened the shutters to let in the sweet morning air, breathing deeply of the lavender that grew wild along her garden fence. The scent mingled with the rosemary she'd hung to dry from the low beams, creating a perfume that spoke of earth and sky and growing things. "Good morning, Thistle," she murmured to the plump grey cat, who materialized from behind a basket of dried chamomile, as cats do when food is imminent. Thistle regarded her with amber eyes that seemed far too wise for an ordinary village cat, then began his morning routine of winding around her ankles with expert precision. Elsie smiled and reached for the tin of oatcakes Mrs. Bramblethorne had brought yesterday, still fragrant with honey and cardamom. She broke one in half, savoring the way it crumbled between her fingers, and settled at her small wooden table with a cup of mint tea that steamed like incense in the morning light. Through her window, she could see the village stirring to life. Old Henrik was already tending his vegetable patch, his weathered hands gentle among the bean plants. The baker's apprentice hurried past with fresh loaves wrapped in linen, leaving a trail of warm, yeasty perfume in his wake. Mrs. Pembridge swept her front step with the methodical care of someone who found deep satisfaction in small, perfect tasks. "Morning, Elsie," called Finnick the jester as he bounded past her window, his bells jingling softly. Even this early he wore his motley cap with its silver bells, though today it sat askew, giving him the look of someone who'd wrestled with his pillow and lost. "The day's too beautiful for sleeping, don't you think?" says the man, who was singing tavern songs until well past midnight. Elsie laughed, opening her window wider to lean out. "How's your head feeling, you impossible man?" "Like a church bell." "After a wedding," Finnick admitted with a rueful grin. "Don't suppose you have anything for that in your magical little bottles?" "I might," Elsie said, already mentally sorting through her remedies. "Come by after breakfast, but no more midnight serenading, or I'll give you something that makes your voice sound like a croaking frog." Finnick gasped in mock horror, pressing a hand to his heart. "You wouldn't dare. The village would never forgive you for silencing their beloved entertainer." "The village would probably thank me," Elsie retorted, but her eyes were warm with affection. Finnick had been the village jester for 3 years now, ever since he'd arrived with nothing but a bag of juggling balls and a smile that could charm honey from bees. He made everyone laugh, even stern Mrs. Copper, but Elsie had noticed the way his eyes sometimes grew distant when he thought no one was watching. As Finnick continued on his way, bells jingling a cheerful rhythm, Elsie returned to her breakfast and her morning inventory. The shop needed restocking. Her supply of feverfew was running low, and she'd used the last of her chamomile tincture on little Tommy Weatherby's scraped knee yesterday. The thought made her smile. Tommy had been so brave, barely crying until she'd given him a peppermint stick and told him the story of the brave knight who conquered the dragon of hurt feelings. Just as Elsie was settling into her morning routine of sorting herbs and checking her drying racks, the shop bell tinkled with unusual urgency. The door burst open with such force that it rattled the bottles on the nearest shelf, and in stumbled Mrs. Hattie Copper, the village's most determined busybody, looking thoroughly unlike her usual composed self. "Elsie dear, you must help me," Mrs. Copper exclaimed, her usually perfect grey hair escaping from its pins in wild wisps. Her cheeks were flushed pink, and she clutched a wicker basket to her chest as if it contained something precious. "It's my nephew, poor little Gilbert, from 3 villages over. His mother sent him to stay with me for the summer, and the child is, well, he's—" "Take a breath, Mrs. Copper," Elsie said, gently, guiding the flustered woman to the small chair she kept beside the counter. "Start from the beginning. What's wrong with Gilbert?" Mrs. Copper fanned herself with her free hand, the other still gripping the basket. "He won't speak to anyone, dear, not a word. His mother says he used to chatter like a little magpie, but something happened, she won't say what, and now he just sits in corners and stares at people with those big sad eyes. I've tried everything, honey cakes, new toys, even let him help with my prized rose garden. Nothing works." Elsie's heart softened immediately. She'd seen this before in children, who'd experienced something that frightened or confused them, though each case was as unique as the child themselves. "How old is Gilbert?" 7, bless him, and thin as a reed. I don't think he's eating properly either." Mrs. Copper's voice cracked slightly. "I was hoping. That is, I wondered if you might have something. Not magic exactly, but, you know." "How good you are with the little ones." Elsie nodded thoughtfully. She did have something in mind, though it would require more than just herbs. "I'd like to meet Gilbert first, if that's all right with you. Sometimes children respond better to new faces, especially when they come attached to interesting stories and perhaps a friendly cat." As if summoned by his name, Thistle appeared from behind a jar of dried rose hips, stretching luxuriously before padding over to investigate Mrs. Copper's basket. The older woman's face lit up for the first time since she'd arrived. Oh, how perfect. Gilbert loves animals. It's one of the few things that still makes him smile, according to his mother. She reached out to pet Thistle, who accepted the attention with regal grace. "Do you really think you might be able to help?" "I think we can certainly try," Elsie said warmly. "But first, let me tell you about a little boy I once knew who forgot how to use his voice." Elsie settled back in her chair, cradling her cup of now-cooled mint tea, and let her voice take on the gentle cadence of storytelling. Mrs. Copper leaned forward, clearly hungry for hope. "When I was just learning my craft from my grandmother," Elsie began, "there was a boy in the next village who stopped speaking after he saw something that frightened him terribly. His name was Peter, and he was about Gilbert's age, 7 years old, with hair the color of autumn leaves and freckles across his nose like scattered cinnamon. Peter's grandmother brought him to us on a day much like this one, when the lavender was blooming and the bees were drunk on nectar. She was worried sick, as you are now, because Peter had been silent for nearly 2 months. He would nod or shake his head when asked direct questions, but he wouldn't speak, not even to his mother. My grandmother, wise as she was, didn't immediately reach for her bottles and tinctures. Instead, she sat Peter down in her garden and began talking to her plants. Not to Peter, mind you, but to the plants themselves. She told the rosemary about the weather, asked the thyme how it was feeling, complimented the mint on how lovely it smelled. Mrs. Copper smiled despite her worry. And what happened? At first, nothing at all. Peter just sat there, watching with those serious eyes that children get when they're thinking very hard about something. But then my grandmother handed him a small watering can and asked if he'd like to help her take care of the herbs. She explained that plants grew better when people talked to them kindly, that they were good listeners and never judged anyone for being quiet or loud or anything in between. By the end of that first visit, Peter was whispering to the plants. Just little things, "There you go," when he watered them, or "You're very soft," when he touched the lamb's ear. By the end of the week, he was having entire conversations with the herb garden, and by the end of the month, he was talking to people again too, though he never lost his special fondness for plants. Thistle had climbed into Mrs. Copper's lap during the story, purring like a small engine, and the older woman stroked his fur absently as she absorbed Elsie's words. "You think Gilbert might respond to something similar?" she asked hopefully. "I think Gilbert might need to remember that his voice is safe," Elsie said gently. "And sometimes the best way to do that is to start small, with someone or something that can't judge or hurt or disappoint. Plants are excellent for that. So are cats, in my experience." Mrs. Copper had barely finished explaining where Gilbert was staying when a commotion outside caught their attention. Raised voices carried through the open window, not angry, but certainly concerned, and Elsie could hear her name being called. "Miss Elsie! Miss Elsie! Come quick!" That was young Tommy Weatherby, the same boy she'd treated for a scraped knee just yesterday. His voice carried the particular note of childhood urgency that could mean anything from a genuine emergency to a particularly interesting butterfly sighting. Elsie and Mrs. Copper hurried outside, Thistle trotting behind them with the casual interest of a cat who knew something interesting was happening. They found a small crowd gathered around the old stone fountain in the village square, their faces a mixture of concern and bewilderment. "What's happened?" Elsie called as they approached. "It's the strangest thing," said Mr. Bramblethorn, the baker, scratching his flour-dusted head. "The fountain? Well, see for yourself." Elsie pushed gently through the crowd and stopped short. The fountain, which had bubbled cheerfully with clear, sweet water for as long as anyone could remember, was now flowing with water that shimmered and glowed with a soft, silvery light. It wasn't bright enough to hurt the eyes, but it was clearly visible even in the morning sunshine, like liquid moonlight. "When did this start?" Elsie asked, kneeling beside the fountain's edge. The water felt normal temperature-wise, and it smelled faintly of night-blooming flowers, jasmine and moonflower, and something else she couldn't quite identify. "About an hour ago," said Mrs. Pembridge, wringing her hands. Little Sarah noticed it first when she came to fill her mother's water pitcher. "Is it safe to drink? We get all our drinking water from this fountain." Elsie dipped her finger into the glowing water and touched it to her tongue. It tasted ordinary, clean and sweet, with perhaps the faintest hint of something floral. Nothing that suggested danger or poison. "It seems safe enough," she said thoughtfully, "but I'd avoid drinking it until we know more about what's causing this. There's magic at work here, gentle magic, I think, but magic nonetheless." "Magic?" squeaked Mrs. Copper, clutching her basket tighter. "What kind of magic?" Before Elsie could answer, Thistle did something extraordinary. The grey cat padded confidently to the fountain's edge, reared up on his hind legs, and very deliberately drank from the glowing water. As the liquid touched his tongue, his fur began to shimmer with the same soft, silvery light starting at his whiskers and spreading back along his body like ripples on a pond. The crowd gasped, but Thistle seemed entirely unconcerned. He sat back, licked his paws, and began grooming himself as if glowing like a moonbeam was the most natural thing in the world. "Well," Elsie said faintly, staring at her now luminescent cat, "that's certainly interesting." Word of the glowing fountain spread through Elderwood faster than gossip at a church social. By midday, Elsie's shop was bustling with visitors, each offering their own theory about what might have caused the mysterious phenomenon. Mrs. Pembridge was convinced it was a sign of impending weather. "Mark my words, we'll have a storm by evening. Water doesn't glow for no reason." Henrik the gardener thought it might be connected to the particularly abundant blooming season they'd been having. "Everything's growing twice as fast this year. Maybe the Earth's magic is just overflowing?" But it was young Finnick who offered the most intriguing possibility as he sat at Elsie's counter, gratefully sipping the headache remedy she'd prepared for him. "You know," he said thoughtfully, jingling his bells absently, "there's an old story my grandmother used to tell back in my home village about moonbeams that sometimes fall to Earth during the height of summer, when the boundary between the magical realm and ours grows thin." Elsie looked up from the tincture she was preparing. "Tell me more." Finnick's eyes grew distant, the way they did when he was remembering something important. "She said that sometimes, when the moon was particularly full and the night particularly clear, pieces of moonlight would break off and fall like silver rain. Most of the time they'd just melt into the earth and make the flowers grow brighter. But occasionally, one would land in water and, well, it would keep glowing." "Did your grandmother say what that meant?" Elsie asked, glancing toward the window, where Thistle sat in a patch of sunlight, still shimmering faintly. "She said it was a gift," Finnick said softly. "The moon's way of leaving a little magic behind for those who needed it most. But the stories were always vague about what it was supposed to do." Mrs. Copper, who had remained in the shop throughout the morning discussions, suddenly spoke up. "Do you think, could it have anything to do with voices? With helping people find words they've lost?" Finnick raised an eyebrow, but Elsie felt a little thrill of possibility run down her spine. In her experience, magic rarely appeared without purpose, and the timing of the fountain's transformation, just when she'd been asked to help a boy who'd lost his voice, seemed too coincidental to ignore. "There's only one way to find out," she said, rising from her stool. "Mrs. Copper, why don't you bring Gilbert here this afternoon? We'll introduce him to the garden, let him meet Thistle, and see if perhaps a little moonbeam water might help us understand what's troubling him." Mrs. Copper's face lit up with hope. "Do you really think it might work?" "I think," Elsie said gently, scratching Thistle behind his glowing ears, "that sometimes magic appears exactly when we need it most. And if nothing else, Gilbert will get to meet a very special cat who's having quite an unusual day himself." Gilbert Copper was exactly as his aunt had described, thin as a reed, with enormous brown eyes that seemed to hold all the sadness in the world. He clutched a small wooden horse to his chest and stayed close to Mrs. Copper's side as they approached Elsie's shop, though his eyes were drawn immediately to the glowing cat sitting in the window. "Hello, Gilbert," Elsie said gently, crouching down to his eye level. "I'm Elsie, and that spectacular fellow in the window is Thistle. He's having quite an adventure today, as you can see." Gilbert's eyes widened as Thistle hopped down from the windowsill and padded toward them, his fur still shimmering with soft silver light. The boy's grip on his wooden horse loosened slightly, and Elsie could see the faintest hint of wonder breaking through his guarded expression. "Would you like to pet him?" Elsie asked. "He's very gentle, and he loves meeting new people." Gilbert looked up at his aunt, who nodded encouragingly, then slowly extended his free hand toward Thistle. The cat sniffed his fingers delicately, then rubbed against them, leaving a faint shimmer on the boy's skin that faded within moments. For the first time since they'd arrived, Gilbert's face relaxed into something that might have been the beginning of a smile. "Thistle became magical this morning," Elsie explained conversationally, settling cross-legged on the floor beside them. "We think he drank from our fountain, which has been glowing with moonbeam water since dawn. Would you like to see the garden, where I grow my healing herbs? Thistle loves to help me water them." Gilbert nodded, still silent, but he followed willingly as Elsie led them through the shop and out into her small kitchen garden. The space was enclosed by a low stone wall covered in climbing roses, and every inch was filled with orderly rows of herbs and flowers. The air hummed with the drowsy buzz of bees, and somewhere a cricket was practicing his evening song. "This is chamomile," Elsie said, kneeling beside a patch of small, daisy-like flowers. "It helps people sleep when they're worried. And this is lavender, which makes everything smell like peaceful dreams." She glanced at Gilbert, who was listening intently while still clutching his wooden horse. "Do you know what I like best about plants, Gilbert?" The boy shook his head. "They're excellent listeners," Elsie said, her voice warm with sincerity. "They never interrupt or judge or tell you that you're being silly. They just listen and grow stronger from being talked to kindly. Sometimes when I'm feeling sad or scared or confused, I come out here and tell them all about it. They've kept all my secrets perfectly." Gilbert's eyes moved from plant to plant, taking in the neat rows and the gentle way Elsie touched each one as she spoke. Thistle had settled himself between the mint and the rosemary, still glowing softly in the dappled shade. "Would you like to help me water them?" Elsie asked, producing a small copper watering can. "They're a bit thirsty today, and I think they'd like to meet you." For a moment Gilbert hesitated. Then very carefully he set his wooden horse down beside Thistle and reached for the watering can with both hands. What followed was the most patient gardening session Elsie had ever experienced. Gilbert moved through the herb garden with the careful reverence of someone handling something precious, giving each plant exactly the right amount of water and, watching intently to see how it received his gift, Mrs. Copper sat on the small wooden bench beside the garden gate, her knitting forgotten in her lap as she watched her nephew with growing amazement. This was the most engaged she'd seen him since he'd arrived. "The mint likes to have its leaves washed too," Elsie mentioned softly, when Gilbert paused beside the sprawling patch of fragrant green. "Sometimes I sprinkle a little water on top, very gently, like rain." Gilbert experimented with this, creating tiny droplets that caught the afternoon light like crystals. A few fell on Thistle, who was napping nearby, and the cat's glow brightened momentarily, as if he were absorbing the light itself. "Thistle seems to like the water too," Elsie observed. "I wonder if it makes him feel more magical." Gilbert glanced at her, then at Thistle, then very deliberately sprinkled a few more drops on the cat's silvery fur. Thistle opened one amber eye, gave Gilbert a slow blink that any cat lover would recognize as a kiss, and went back to his nap. The corner of Gilbert's mouth twitched upward. They worked their way through the entire garden, Gilbert becoming more confident with each plant. He learned to test the soil with his finger to see if it was truly dry, to aim the water at the base of each plant rather than its leaves, and to whisper, "There you go," when he gave each one its drink. It was when they reached the patch of night-blooming moonflowers that something shifted. The large, heart-shaped leaves were beginning to prepare for their evening show when trumpet-shaped white blooms would unfurl to catch the moonlight. Gilbert knelt beside them with particular care, studying their faces as if they were old friends.
"They only bloom at night," Elsie said quietly, "when the moon is shining and the rest of the world is quiet."
"They're very shy during the day." Gilbert nodded seriously, then leaned closer to the plants. In a voice barely above a whisper, the first words he'd spoken in months, he said, "It's okay to be shy." Mrs. Copper's sharp intake of breath was audible from the bench, but Elsie didn't react beyond a gentle smile. She understood, as all good healers do, that breakthrough moments are fragile things that must be allowed to unfold naturally. "They appreciate understanding," she agreed softly. "Not everyone knows how to be patient with shy things," Gilbert continued, watering. But Elsie noticed that he'd begun murmuring to each plant as he went, tiny observations about their leaves, gentle encouragements, small compliments about how nicely they were growing. His voice was still barely audible, but it was there, threading through the garden like a silver stream, finding its way back to the surface. As the afternoon stretched toward evening, more villagers began arriving at Elsie's shop, drawn by curiosity about the glowing fountain and the magical cat. But instead of the usual crowd gathering in the main room, they found themselves naturally drawn to the garden, where something remarkable was taking place. Finnick arrived first, his bells muffled by the small cloth bags he'd tied around them, so as not to startle Gilbert. He settled quietly on the grass near the garden gate, simply listening as the boy continued his whispered conversations with the plants. Mrs. Pembridge came next, carrying a basket of fresh herbs from her own garden that she thought Elsie might find useful. She paused at the sight of Gilbert kneeling among the moonflowers, his wooden horse now forgotten beside a drowsing thistle, and wordlessly added her herbs to Elsie's collection. Henrik appeared with a handful of runner bean flowers, followed by the baker with warm oatcakes wrapped in linen, followed by Tommy Weatherby with his little sister Sarah, both of them wide-eyed at the sight of the still glowing cat. None of them spoke loudly or made demands for attention. Instead, they seemed to understand instinctively that they were witnessing something precious. A boy remembering how to use his voice, one whispered word at a time. "The basil smells like summer," Gilbert said to the patch of bright green leaves, his voice slightly stronger now. "And you're very soft," he added to the lamb's ear, stroking its fuzzy surface with one gentle finger. Mrs. Copper was crying quietly on her bench, tears of relief and joy streaming down her cheeks as she watched her nephew bloom like one of the flowers he was tending. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Gilbert made his way to the last section of the garden, a small plot where Elsie grew her most special plants. Here were the ones that required extra care, the ones with particular properties, the ones she used for her most delicate remedies. Among them was a single plant that seemed to glow with its
own inner light, its leaves silver green, and its tiny flowers the color of captured starlight.
It was moonbell, one of the rarest healing herbs, said to bloom only in the presence of pure moonlight, and to have the power to mend hearts and voices alike. Gilbert knelt beside it with reverence, studying its luminescent beauty. "You're very special, aren't you?" he whispered. Then, in a voice that carried clearly across the garden to where all the adults were pretending not to listen intently, he added, "I think I've been very quiet because I saw something scary. But I think maybe it's okay to talk about scary things sometimes, especially to friends who understand." He looked up then, his eyes meeting Elsie's across the garden. Could I tell you about it? The scary thing?" "Of course, dear one," Elsie said gently, her heart swelling with pride and tenderness. That's what friends are for. As the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, the garden had transformed into something magical. The moonflowers were beginning to unfurl their trumpet-shaped blooms, releasing their sweet perfume into the evening air. Thistle's glow had settled into a gentle radiance that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his purring, and the moonbell plant shimmered like a piece of captured starlight. Gilbert sat in the center of it all, his wooden horse in his lap, surrounded by the gentle faces of people who had learned to care for him without even knowing his story. The assembled villagers, Mrs. Copper, Finnick, Mrs. Pembridge, Henrik, the baker, and even little Tommy and Sarah had arranged themselves in a loose circle, creating a safe space where difficult words could be spoken and received with understanding. There was a storm, Gilbert began, his voice still quiet but steady now. A really big one, with lightning that lit up the whole sky. I was staying with my cousin Marcus, and we were supposed to be sleeping, but we were looking out the window instead because the lightning was so bright and strange. He paused to stroke his wooden horse's mane, gathering courage for the harder part of the story. The lightning hit the old oak tree in Marcus's yard, the really big one that we climbed sometimes, and it made the most terrible sound, like the tree was screaming. And then it caught fire, though it was raining, and the fire was green and blue and not like regular fire at all. Mrs. Copper reached out as if to comfort him, but Elsie caught her eye and shook her head gently. Gilbert needed to tell this story his own way, at his own pace. Marcus said it was just lightning, but I saw something in the fire. A face, looking right at us through the window. It wasn't human, and it wasn't animal, and it looked so angry that I thought it might come for us. I thought it might come into the house and take us away somewhere.
Terrible! Gilbert's voice had grown smaller again, but he continued bravely. I tried to tell my mother when she came to get me the next day, but every time I started to say the words, I could see that face again, and I couldn't make the words come out anymore. They just got stuck. In the gentle silence
that followed, Thistle rose from his spot among the herbs and padded over to Gilbert, settling himself against the boy's side like a warm, glowing pillow. The simple gesture seemed to give Gilbert strength. But talking to the plants helped, he said, looking around at the assembled faces. Because they listened without getting scared, and they didn't tell me I was being silly or that I just imagined it. And now I think maybe what I saw was the tree's spirit, angry about being hurt by the lightning. But it wasn't angry at me, it was just sad and hurt and scared too. Finnick leaned forward slightly, his expression unusually serious. You know, Gilbert, I've heard stories about tree spirits. They say that very old trees sometimes have guardian spirits that protect them, and when something terrible happens to the tree, the spirit gets confused and frightened. But they're not evil, they're just trying to understand what happened to their home. Gilbert's eyes widened. Really? So it wasn't going to hurt us? I don't think so, Finnick said gently. I think it was probably just as scared as you were, Mrs. Pembridge nodded sagely. Trees have been guardians of our villages for centuries, dear. Their spirits are usually protectors, not threats. You saw something real and powerful, and it's perfectly natural that it frightened you. As if in response to the conversation, the moonbell plant beside Gilbert began to glow more brightly, its tiny flowers opening like miniature stars. The light was warm and comforting, nothing like the wild, angry fire Gilbert had described seeing in the storm. I think, Elsie said softly, that the plants have been waiting for you to tell this story, Gilbert. They understood that you were carrying
something heavy, and they wanted to help you set it down.
Gilbert looked around at the glowing garden, at Thistle purring against his side, at the kind faces surrounding him in the gathering darkness. "I feel lighter," he said wonderingly. "Like I've been holding my breath for a really long time, and now I can breathe again." The return to normal life, or what passed for normal in a village with a glowing fountain and a luminescent cat, happened gradually, like the gentle transition from twilight to full darkness. One by one, the villagers began to take their leave, each stopping to say goodnight to Gilbert and to thank Elsie for the gift of witnessing something beautiful. Mrs. Pembridge packed up her herbs and kissed Gilbert's forehead, telling him he was welcome in her garden any time he wanted to talk to her plants. Henrik ruffled the boy's hair and promised to show him the guardian oak on his property, explaining that this tree's spirit was quite friendly and enjoyed meeting new people. The baker pressed a packet of honey cakes into Gilbert's hands, and even shy little Sarah gave him a dandelion she'd picked specially for him. Finnick was the last to leave, lingering as he often did when the day's performance was done, and the quiet of evening settled over the village. "You were very brave today."
"Gilbert," he said seriously, crouching down to the boy's level.
"It takes real courage to speak difficult truths, especially when they've been locked away for so long." Gilbert smiled, a real, full smile this time. "Will you tell me more stories about tree spirits sometime? I think I'd like to understand." "Then better. I'd be honored to," Finnick replied, his bells jingling softly as he rose. "There are many stories about the magical folk who share our world, and I think you're exactly the right sort of person to hear them." As Finnick's footsteps faded down the cobblestone lane, Mrs. Copper helped Gilbert gather his things, though he was reluctant to leave Thistle, who had appointed himself the boy's personal guardian for the evening. "Can I come back tomorrow?" Gilbert asked Elsie as they prepared to go. "I'd like to see how the moonflowers look in the daylight, and I think the basil might want to hear."
"About my wooden horse. Of course, dear one," Elsie said warmly. "The garden will be waiting for you, and I suspect Thistle will be disappointed if you don't visit."
"He's grown quite fond of you." As if to prove her point, Thistle wound himself around Gilbert's legs one more time, leaving a faint shimmer on the boy's trousers that would fade by morning, but serve as a reminder of magic shared and friendship offered. Mrs. Copper's eyes were bright with tears of gratitude as she took Elsie's hands in both of hers.
"I don't know how to thank you. This afternoon, watching him find his voice again, it's more than I dared hope for." "Sometimes," Elsie said gently, "healing isn't about fixing what's broken so much as providing a safe space for natural mending."
To occur, Gilbert had the courage all along. He just needed the right garden to let it grow. Long after Mrs. Copper and Gilbert had disappeared into the night, Elsie sat in her garden with Thistle draped across her lap, his gentle glow providing just enough light to see by. The moonflowers were in full bloom now, their trumpet-shaped faces turned toward the stars like white satellites receiving messages from distant worlds. The fountain in the village square continued to flow with its mysterious moonbeam water, and Elsie suspected it would keep doing so until its purpose was
fully served.
Magic, in her experience, was rarely wasteful. It appeared when needed and lingered until its work was done. She thought about Gilbert, probably fast asleep now in his aunt's cottage, his wooden horse clutched safely in his arms, and his voice restored to him like a gift he'd forgotten he possessed. She thought about the tree spirit he'd seen, confused and frightened in the storm, and hoped that somehow, in the telling of his story, both boy and spirit had found a measure of peace. The night air carried the sound of distant laughter from the tavern, where Finnick was probably entertaining the evening crowd with juggling and jokes. It carried the scent of bread baking for tomorrow's breakfast and the soft hoot of an owl settling into the old elm at the edge of the village. It carried all the small, precious sounds of a community at rest, safe in the knowledge that their children were healing and their magical fountain was a blessing rather than a curse. Thistle stretched and resettled himself, his purr a gentle rumble against Elsie's stomach. In the moonlight, his glow seemed to pulse in rhythm with the stars themselves, as if he had become a bridge between the earth and the sky, between the ordinary world and the realm of gentle magic that sometimes touched their quiet village. "Well, my luminous friend," Elsie murmured, scratching behind his ears. "I'd say today was rather extraordinary, wouldn't you?" A lost voice found, a frightened spirit understood, and a boy who learned that scary things become less frightening when shared with friends who care. Thistle opened one amber eye and regarded her with the sort of ancient wisdom that cats seem to possess naturally, then closed it again and resumed his contented purring. His glow was beginning to fade now, settling back toward his natural grey coat, but Elsie suspected he would retain just a hint of silver around his whiskers. A permanent reminder of the day magic flowed through their fountain and helped heal a frightened child's heart. As the church bell chimed the late hour, Elsie carefully gathered Thistle in her arms and made her way inside, pausing to bank the coals in her hearth and check that her herb-drying racks were properly arranged for
the night.
Tomorrow would bring new visitors, new ailments to treat, new stories to hear, and hearts to tend. But tonight she was content to settle into her comfortable bed with a glowing cat and the satisfaction of work well done. Outside her window, the moonflowers continued their nightly vigil, their perfume a blessing on the summer air, while somewhere in the distance the fountain sang its liquid lullaby to any who might need its gentle magic in the dreams to come. And in a small cottage across the village square, a boy slept peacefully for the first time in months, his wooden horse standing guard on the nightstand beside him, while somewhere in the realm between sleeping and waking, a confused tree spirit finally found its way home. The gentle rhythm of summer days in Elderwood continued its peaceful cadence, but now there was an added sweetness to the morning air that seemed to whisper of magic recently worked and friendships newly forged. Gilbert had become a regular fixture in Elsie's garden, arriving each morning with his wooden horse and leaving each evening with soil under his fingernails and stories to share with his aunt over supper. As another soft morning painted the cobblestones with golden light, Elsie found herself humming while she prepared her daily tisanes and tinctures. The fountain still carried a faint shimmer in its depths, though Thistle had returned to his ordinary grey coat, save for those silver-tipped whiskers that caught the light just so when he turned his head. The familiar jingle of bells announced Finnick's approach before she saw him, but when he appeared at her window, something was different about his usual cheerful demeanour. His motley cap sat perfectly straight for once, his bells had been muted with small cloth ties, and his smile, while present, seemed to require more effort than usual. "Good morning, fair herbalist," he called, but his voice lacked its customary, theatrical flair. "Might I trouble you for a moment of your time? I find myself in need of consultation." Elsie set down her mortar and pestle, noting the careful way Finnick was holding himself, as if something hurt that he didn't want to.
Acknowledge. "Of course, you impossible man. Come in and tell me what's troubling Elderwood's most beloved entertainer." Finnick entered the shop with uncharacteristic quiet, his bells making only the softest whisper of sound. He settled heavily into the chair.
Beside her counter, and for the first time since Elsie had known him, he looked older than his 28 years. "It's the strangest thing," he began, absently fingering one of his muted bells. "I've been trying to write new material for the Harvest Festival next month, but every joke I attempt falls flat, even to my own ears. Every song sounds hollow.
Every story feels lifeless. It's as if I've somehow forgotten how to make people laugh."
Elsie poured him a cup of chamomile tea without being asked, recognizing the signs of someone whose confidence had been shaken. "When did this start?" "3 days ago," Finnick said, accepting the tea gratefully. "I was performing at the tavern. You know, the usual evening entertainment, and I told what should have been a perfectly good joke about a merchant and a talking donkey. But instead of laughter, there was just silence. Polite smiles, but no real joy." He took a sip of tea and stared out the window at Gilbert, who was already kneeling among the herb beds, whispering encouragements to the morning glory vines. "At first, I thought it was just an off night. Every performer has them. But then yesterday at the market, my juggling routine, which has never failed to draw a crowd, barely earned a few scattered claps. And this morning, when I tried to cheer up Mrs. Bramble's crying baby with silly faces, even the child just stared at me with those big, solemn eyes." Elsie studied Finnick's face, noting the tension around his eyes and the way his shoulders curved inward, as if he were trying to make himself smaller. "Tell me about 3 days ago. What happened before your performance? Was there anything unusual about that day?" Finnick was quiet for a long moment, his fingers still worrying at the bell on his cap. When he spoke, his voice was softer, more
vulnerable than she'd ever heard it. "I received a letter," he said finally, "from my brother Marcus, back in my home village. He's getting married next month. To a girl I've known since we were children, someone I once thought..."
"Well, it doesn't matter what I thought." Elsie made a soft sound of understanding, and Finnick continued. "Marcus wrote to invite me to the wedding, of course. Said everyone misses me, that the village hasn't been the same since I left. But the way he wrote about it, he made it sound like I ran away rather than chose a different path, like becoming a jester was somehow less worthy than staying home to work the family farm."
"And what did you think when you read that?" Finnick's laugh was bitter, nothing like his usual bright chuckle. "I thought perhaps he was right. Perhaps I did run away. Perhaps making people laugh isn't really a noble calling at all, just an excuse to avoid real responsibility."
"And if that's true, then what right do I have to ask for people's joy? What right do I have to claim I can heal hearts with humor when my own is apparently so fragile?" Elsie sat quietly for a moment, watching Finnick struggle with doubts that she suspected had been building for much longer than 3 days. In her experience, letters like the one he'd described rarely created new wounds. They simply reopened old ones that had never properly healed. "Tell me about the first time you made someone laugh," she said gently. "Really laugh, the kind that comes from deep in the belly and lights up the whole face." Finnick looked surprised by the question, but after a moment, a genuine smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth. "I was 12, he said slowly. "There was an old woman in our village, Mrs. Elderkin, who lived alone in a cottage at the edge of the woods. All the children were afraid of her because she never smiled and always wore black and kept to herself. But one day, I saw her trying to hang laundry on a line that was too high for her to reach properly." He paused to sip his tea, and his posture began to relax as he lost himself in the memory. "I offered to help, but I was still quite small myself, so I had to jump to reach the line. Well, one particularly enthusiastic jump sent me tumbling backward into her vegetable garden, where I landed bottom first in a patch of mud that had been perfectly prepared for planting turnips. Despite herself, Elsie found herself smiling. I imagine you made quite a sight. Covered in mud from head to toe, with turnip seeds stuck to my backside, and a look of complete bewilderment on my face, Finnick agreed, his eyes beginning to sparkle again. Mrs. Elderkin took one look at me and just exploded with laughter. Deep, rich, wonderful laughter that seemed to shake dust from the very rafters of her cottage. She laughed so hard she had to sit down on her front step, and then she kept giggling every time she looked at me. What happened then? She invited me in for tea and oatcakes while my clothes dried by her fire. And we talked, really talked, for the first time ever. She told me about her late husband, who had been quite the prankster in his youth, and how she'd forgotten what it felt like to laugh until that moment. Before I left, she said something I've never forgotten. Finnick's voice grew soft with reverence for the memory. She said, "Young Finnick, you have a gift for finding joy in the midst of disaster and sharing it with others who have forgotten."
Where to look? Don't ever let anyone convince you that gift isn't precious. Elsie leaned forward, her eyes bright with understanding. And how did you feel hearing those words? Like I'd found my calling, Finnick admitted. From that day forward,
I started noticing opportunities to bring laughter to people who needed it. The shy baker's daughter who blushed when anyone spoke to her. The grumpy blacksmith who worked too hard and smiled too little. The children who were afraid of storms. "That sounds like noble work to me," Elsie said quietly. "Healing hearts with humor, as you put it. What could be more worthy than helping people remember how to find joy?" Finnick was quiet for a moment, clearly wrestling with conflicting thoughts. "But Marcus, Elsie interrupted gently, "is not living your life. He cannot possibly understand the hearts you've touched or the souls you've lifted simply by choosing to see the humor in difficult moments. Tell me honestly, Finnick, in the 3 years you've been Elderwood's jester, how many people have you helped to laugh when they thought they'd forgotten how?" Finnick's expression grew thoughtful as he considered Elsie's question. Outside, the sounds of the village coming to life continued their gentle symphony. Mrs. Pembridge sweeping her steps, Henrik calling greetings to his neighbours, children's voices raised in play. "There was old Henrik," Finnick said slowly. "When his wife passed last winter, he didn't speak to anyone for weeks, just tended his garden in grim silence. But I started leaving little jokes written on pieces of bark tied to his gate. Silly things about vegetables with personalities or conversations between the garden tools. Nothing elaborate, but one morning I saw him chuckling over one while he weeded his carrots." Elsie nodded encouragingly and Finnick continued with growing confidence. "And Mrs. Bramblethorne, when she was so worried about her son's fever last spring. I sat with her outside the healer's cottage and told her ridiculous stories about brave knights who conquered dragons with sneezing fits and tickle attacks instead of swords. She said later that those stories were the only thing that kept her from falling apart with worry." "What about the children?" Finnick's face lit up completely now. "Oh, the children! Little Sarah was terrified of thunderstorms until I taught her to imagine the thunder as giants having a rolling contest in the clouds. And Tommy used to have nightmares about monsters under his bed until we invented the giggling monster defense, a series of silly faces and ridiculous sounds guaranteed to make any monster laugh too hard to be scary. And just this week," Elsie pointed out gently, "you helped a frightened little boy understand that the scary thing he'd seen wasn't evil, just confused and hurt. Your story about tree spirits gave Gilbert a new way to think about his fear." Finnick paused, teacup halfway to his lips. I suppose it did, didn't it?" "Finnick," Elsie said, her voice warm with affection and certainty, In my work as a healer, I see many different kinds of medicine. There are herbs for the body, tinctures for pain, salves for wounds, but some of the most important healing happens when someone feels less alone, less afraid, less burdened by their troubles. Laughter is medicine too, perhaps the most powerful kind, because it works from the inside out. She rose and moved to one of her many shelves, selecting a small glass vial filled with what looked like captured sunlight. "This is an extract of heartsease," she said, returning to sit across from him. "It's used for emotional wounds that have been opened by unkind words or self-doubt. But I think in your case we need something more specific." Finnick watched with interest as she moved to another shelf, this one containing her more unusual preparations. From behind a row of conventional tinctures, she withdrew a small wooden box carved with intricate designs. "This," she said, opening the box to reveal a collection of what looked like crystallized honey drops that shimmered within a light, "is laughter essence. It's made from the first genuine laugh of spring morning, mixed with honey from bees who only visit flowers that bloom in moments of pure joy." "That sounds," Finnick began, then stopped. "Is it real?" Elsie smiled. "What do you think, dear one? In a village with a fountain that flows with moonbeam water and a cat who glows when he's particularly content, what seems possible to you?" Before Finnick could answer, the shop bell chimed to announce another visitor. Mrs. Copper bustled in, her face bright with the satisfaction of someone who had important news to share. "Elsie, dear, you'll never guess." Gilbert spoke to the postmaster this morning, actually introduced himself properly and asked about mail delivery times because he wants to send a letter to his mother.
And when Mr. Thornfield complimented him on his excellent manners, Gilbert positively beamed. She paused, suddenly noticing Finnick sitting quietly at the counter with his muted bells and serious expression. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt."
"Good morning, Finnick. You're not looking quite your usual cheerful self today." "Mrs. Copper," Elsie said smoothly, "you've arrived at the perfect moment. Finnick was just telling me about some of the people he's helped with his humor over the
years. I wonder if you might share your perspective on the value of laughter in healing." Mrs. Copper's face grew thoughtful. "Well, I can certainly speak to that. When Gilbert first arrived, so silent and withdrawn, I tried everything I could think of to help him. Good food, comfortable surroundings, gentle conversation. But do you know what the first thing was that made him truly smile?" Finnick shook his head. "It was you, dear boy."
"That first morning when you walked past the window doing that ridiculous juggling routine with Mrs. Pembridge's escaped chickens." Gilbert pressed his nose to the glass and I saw his whole face change. He didn't laugh out loud, that came later, but for the first time since he'd arrived, he looked like a child again instead of a tiny old man carrying the weight of the world. Finnick's eyes widened. "I remember that morning. The chickens had gotten loose and were terrorizing the market vendors.
I thought if I could turn it into entertainment rather than chaos."
You gave a frightened little boy permission to see the world as a place where unexpected things could be delightful rather than dangerous," Mrs. Copper said firmly. "That was the beginning of his healing, though we didn't realize it at the time." She turned to Elsie with sudden understanding. "Is our dear jester having doubts about his calling? Someone suggested that making people laugh isn't real work," Elsie explained diplomatically. Mrs. Copper drew herself up to her full height, which wasn't particularly impressive physically, but carried considerable moral authority. "What absolute
nonsense! I've lived in this village for 63 years, and I can tell you without hesitation that the past 3 years since Finnick arrived have been the happiest, most hopeful years we've experienced in decades." She began counting. On her fingers,
Henrik smiles now instead of just nodding grimly at people. Mrs. Bramblethorne hums while she bakes, which she never did before. The children play more creative games because you've taught them to see magic in ordinary things. Even stern Mrs. Pembridge was seen giggling at your puppet show last month. Finnick looked stunned. I had no idea the impact was so widespread. Because you see it as just what you do, Mrs. Copper said gently. But for the rest of us, you're proof that life doesn't have to be all hard work and serious faces. You remind us that joy is not only permissible but necessary. As if summoned by the conversation about children and laughter, young Tommy Weatherby's face appeared at the shop window, pressed against the glass with the particular intensity of a child who had important business to conduct. Behind him, several other children could be seen gathered in an excited cluster. "Miss Elsie, Finnick," Tommy called through the glass. "Could you come outside for a minute? We have something to show you." Intrigued, the adults made their way outside, where they found not just Tommy, but nearly a dozen village children arranged in a somewhat crooked line in front of the shop. They were clearly bursting with excitement about something, barely able to contain their enthusiasm. "We heard that Finnick was feeling sad," announced little Sarah, stepping forward as the apparent
spokesperson for the group.
"And we wanted to show him something important." "We practiced all morning," added Marcus, the blacksmith's son, bouncing on his toes with anticipation. "It's to remind you of something," explained Jenny, the baker's youngest daughter. Without further preamble, the children launched into what could only be described as a medley of Finnick's greatest hits. Tommy began with an enthusiastic retelling of the story about the giggling monster defense, complete with the ridiculous faces and sounds that had originally banished his nightmares. Sarah performed an elaborate interpretation of the Thunder Giants Rolling Contest story, using dramatic gestures and sound effects that had Thistle sitting up in the window to watch. Marcus and two other boys collaborated on a surprisingly accurate recreation of the Great Chicken Juggling incident, with Jenny providing sound effects and the younger children serving as escaped poultry. The performance culminated with all of them joining together to sing a song that Finnick had taught them about a village where every day was a small adventure and every person had something special to contribute. By the time they finished with elaborate bows and expectant faces, a small crowd of adults had gathered to watch, and every one of them was either smiling broadly or laughing outright. But it was Finnick's reaction that mattered most to the children, and to Elsie, who was watching him carefully. The jester's eyes were bright with tears, but his face showed wonder rather than sadness. When the children finished their performance, he was quiet for a long moment, clearly overwhelmed by the gift they had given him. "That was," he began, his voice thick with emotion. "That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." "We remembered all your stories," Tommy declared proudly.
"Even the one about the knight who defeated dragons with jokes."
"And we wanted you to know," Sarah added with the devastating sincerity that only children possess, "that your stories live inside us now. Even if you went away, we'd still have them to share with other people who needed to laugh." Finnick knelt down so he was at eye level with the children, and when he spoke, his voice carried all the warmth and theatrical flair that had been missing earlier. "Do you know what you've just taught me?" he said, his smile beginning to return to its full radiance. "You've shown me that laughter isn't something that dies when the performance ends. It grows and spreads and becomes part of the people who receive it. That's not just entertainment, that's magic of the most powerful kind." The impromptu performance had drawn quite an audience, and as the children dispersed to their various morning activities, the adults who remained began sharing their own stories about moments when Finnick's humor had touched their lives. Mrs. Bramblethorne spoke about the day her bread had failed to rise, and she'd been near tears over the waste of precious flour, only to have Finnick appear with a ridiculous song about flatbread blues that had her laughing instead of crying. "You've turned disaster into comedy," she said simply, and somehow that made everything manageable again. The blacksmith, usually a man of few words, mentioned the time Finnick had helped him explain to a difficult customer why their horseshoes needed to be resized, using a story about a horse with delusions of grandeur who insisted he was actually a unicorn. "Made the whole transaction pleasant instead of argumentative," he said gruffly. Customer went away happy instead of angry. Even stern Mrs. Pembridge admitted that Finnick's puppet shows had given her new ways to connect with her grandchildren when they visited.
"I was never good with little ones," she confessed. "Too serious," they said. "But watching you show them how to find stories in everyday objects, well, now I can entertain them for hours with tales about dancing dust bunnies and philosophical
tea cozies." As each person shared their story, Elsie watched Finnick's posture straighten and his natural confidence return. The doubt that had been weighing on him was lifting like morning mist in sunshine, burned away by the warmth of his community's appreciation. "You know," said Henrik, who had been listening thoughtfully to all the testimonials, "when my wife passed, people brought food and offered condolences, and all of that was kind and necessary. But you did something different, Finnick. You reminded me that it was still permissible to smile, that finding moments of lightness wasn't disrespectful to her. Memory, that was healing of a different sort entirely." Finnick's eyes filled with tears again, but this time they were clearly tears of gratitude and recognition, rather than doubt and pain. "I think," he said quietly, "I've been so focused on what my brother thinks I should be doing that I forgot to pay attention to what I am actually doing. Thank you all for reminding me." Mrs. Copper patted his shoulder gently. "Sometimes we need others to hold up a mirror so we can see ourselves clearly, dear. You've been doing that for all of us for 3 years. Showing us the joy and wonder we might have overlooked. It's only fair that we return the favor." As the crowd began to disperse, each person stopping to offer Finnick a word of encouragement or affection, Elsie gently guided him back into her shop. The morning's events had clearly been therapeutic, but she could see that he was still processing everything that had happened. "How are you feeling?" she asked as they settled back at her counter. Finnick was quiet for a moment, absently jingling his bells, which had somehow come untied during the children's performance and were once again making their cheerful music. "Confused," he admitted finally. "But in a good way, I think. Like I've been looking at my life through a dirty window and someone just cleaned the glass." Elsie nodded understandingly. "Self-doubt can be like that. It distorts our perception of our own worth and impact. Sometimes we need external perspective to see clearly again." "I keep thinking about what Sarah said," Finnick continued, "about the stories living inside them now. I never thought about my work that way, as something that continues beyond the
moment of performance. That's the difference between entertainment and healing," Elsie explained gently.
Entertainment ends when the show is over, but healing changes people permanently, gives them new tools to navigate their world. From what I've observed today, you've been doing healing work all along." Finnick picked up the small wooden box that still sat on the counter, turning it over in his hands. "Do I still need the laughter essence?" Elsie smiled. "What do you think? How does your heart feel right now?" Finnick considered this, taking inventory of his emotional state. "Lighter," he said slowly. "Like a weight I didn't realize I was carrying."
"Has been lifted, and grateful, so very grateful to be part of this community."
"Then perhaps," Elsie suggested, "the real medicine was already here all along. Sometimes we just need to be reminded to take it. She gently took the box from his hands and returned it to its place on the shelf. Though if you ever find yourself doubting again, which is natural and human, remember that laughter essence isn't the only cure for a heavy heart. Sometimes the best medicine is simply allowing others to love and appreciate us exactly as we are. Finnick's smile was bright and genuine now, completely restored to its full warmth. Speaking of which, I believe I owe the village a proper performance tonight. It's been too long since I've given them my best work, and after this morning, well, I have some new material about the healing power of community appreciation that I think they might enjoy. As if summoned by his renewed enthusiasm, inspiration began to sparkle in his eyes. I could do a piece about a jester who forgot his own worth until a village of friends reminded him. Or perhaps something about the different kinds of medicine and how laughter fits among them. Elsie laughed, delighted to see his creative energy flowing again. Now that sounds like the Finnick we all know and love. Just remember to save some of that inspiration for your brother's wedding. I suspect he could use a reminder of what you do and why it matters. Finnick paused, considering this. You know, I think you're right. Perhaps it's time Marcus understood that there are many ways to serve one's community, and spreading joy is every bit as valuable as growing grain. As the afternoon sun reached its peak, casting short shadows on the cobblestones and filling Elsie's shop with warm, honey-coloured light, a sense of balance had been restored to their small corner of the world. Finnick had recovered not just his confidence, but his understanding of his own purpose, and the village had been reminded of the precious gift they had in their beloved jester. Gilbert appeared at the shop door, his wooden horse tucked under one arm and a small bouquet of herbs clutched in his free hand. His face was bright with the particular joy of a child who had accomplished something important. "Miss Elsie," he called as he entered. "I picked these for you from Aunt Hattie's garden. She said it was to thank you for helping my voice come back, but I wanted to pick them myself because plants like to be chosen by friends." Elsie accepted the bouquet with delight, recognizing mint, lavender, and a few sprigs of rosemary tied together with a piece of grass. "These are perfect, Gilbert. Thank you so much. I heard there was lots of laughter here this morning," Gilbert continued, settling cross-legged on the floor near Thistle, who immediately began grooming the boy's hair with feline thoroughness. "Finnick, were you sad about something?" Finnick, who had been quietly organizing his thoughts for the evening's performance, looked down at Gilbert with renewed appreciation for the child's direct way of approaching difficult topics. "I was for a little while," he answered honestly. "Someone made me think that what I do, making people laugh and helping them find joy, wasn't important work. But this morning, everyone in the village reminded me that it is important and that it helps
people in ways I hadn't even realized."
Gilbert nodded solemnly, considering this information. "That makes sense. When I was too scared to talk, the plants helped me remember that it was safe to use my voice. And your stories about tree spirits helped me not be afraid of what I saw."
In the storm, different people need different kinds of help, don't they?
"Exactly right," Finnick agreed, impressed as always by the boy's wisdom. "What made you brave enough to talk to the plants first?" "Because they couldn't judge me or think I was silly," Gilbert replied without hesitation. "And because Miss Elsie told me they were good listeners who kept secrets. I needed to practice being brave with safe friends before I could be brave with everyone else." Elsie felt a warm glow of satisfaction at seeing how completely Gilbert had healed from his frightening experience. But more than that, she was touched by the way he naturally understood the principles of gentle healing, meeting people where they are, providing safe spaces for growth, recognizing that different souls need different kinds of medicine. "Gilbert," she said impulsively, "how would you like to help me in the garden this afternoon? I'm going to teach Finnick about some of the plants we use for emotional healing, and I think you might have valuable insights to contribute." The boy's face lit up with pride at being asked to share his knowledge. "Could I bring my wooden horse? He likes to learn about new things, too." "Of course," Elsie agreed. All the best healers have faithful companions to help them with their work. As the three of them made their way into the garden, followed by Thistle in his capacity as unofficial supervisor of all outdoor activities, Elsie reflected on the morning's lessons. Healing, she thought, rarely happened in isolation. It bloomed in community, supported by the recognition and appreciation of others, nurtured by the understanding that each person's gifts were valuable and necessary. The fountain in the village square had returned to its normal clear water, but the magic it had brought to their community continued to ripple outward in ways both seen and unseen. A boy had found his voice, a jester had remembered his worth, and a village had been reminded of the precious gift of laughter shared among friends. And somewhere in the distance, the afternoon breeze carried the sound of children playing games. That involved far more giggling than strictly necessary, while their parents smiled knowingly and remembered what it felt like to see the world through eyes bright with wonder and mirth.